Good morning. My name is Elliot Payne. I'm the president of Minneapolis City Council. And before we convene our meeting, we have a few presentations of honorary resolutions. We are pleased to welcome guests to this space to share in these presentations before taking up our agenda. First up is a resolution recognizing Community Media Day, and I will be presenting that resolution. Welcome. Come on, also shuffle on over. And we have a video, if we could pull up the laptop or the computer. There we go.
This is the beginning of community and arts programming. We hope you'll turn us on and watch us grow.
As you all know, it's sort of like
what a statement public access makes.
The outstanding efforts of Pam Colby.
My poetry is influenced by women.
There we go. I hope I pass the audition.
Power to the people.
Hello, I'm Don Fraser, mayor. This is, oh shit.
Now do I look at the camera? Yeah. It's ups, cut.
This is really hard. This is the advent of...
There'll be exciting programs from all aspects of the city of Minneapolis.
And I'm hoping that in the future you have something better to see on this channel than a politician.
It was late one night, reruns was on all the channels. Dumb stuff, you know, boring. Then I turned to MTN, public access.
Boom. Yeah. Wow, that was unexpected. Well, we are here celebrating 40 years of public access TV in Minneapolis and recognizing October 20th, 2024 as the Community Media Day in the city of Minneapolis. Whereas the Cable Communications Policy Act of 1984, which it looks like some of that video archival footage comes from, enabled the creation of non-commercial public, educational, and government PEG cable TV channels. And whereas 2024 marks the 40th anniversary of public access TV in Minneapolis, highlighting the importance of community media as a platform for residents to create and amplify their voices. And whereas the Minneapolis Telecommunications Network, MTN, organized by the city in December of 1983, served as the first steward of public access TV until 2020. And whereas Be Fresh Productions, LLC, a Minneapolis-based media production company, created and launched Speak Minneapolis in August 2020 to serve as the new steward of public access TV. And whereas Speak Minneapolis provides training, media equipment, studios, and airtime on 3 public access channels, ensuring the legacy of vibrant, uncensored speech and freedom of expression. And whereas the city congratulates Speak Minneapolis on their award-winning work and encourages residents to engage with Speak Minneapolis to access studios, equipment, media education, and watch programming available on Speak Minneapolis TV channels 16, 17, 798 in HD, and 75 on Comcast Xfinity. And whereas Speak Minneapolis plays a crucial role in reimagining the future of media in Minneapolis by providing safe spaces for creativity, ensuring representation for all citizens, and fostering collaboration to improve our city. The city recognizes the importance of work of past and present leadership, staff, members, and volunteers in ensuring marginalized voices are heard and uplifted. And whereas community voices are at the heart of public access TV in Minneapolis, empowering individuals, organizations, and diverse communities, including all ethnic groups, youth, seniors, LGBTQ+, faith communities, disability community, and more, to express themselves in multiple languages and engage in meaningful dialogue. And whereas community media is an essential part of our democracy, providing a platform for diverse voices to be heard, fostering transparency, and promoting government accountability by offering citizens the tools to participate actively in the democratic process. And whereas community media fosters civic engagement by providing residents a platform to share stories and connect with neighbors, enhancing community understanding and improving our city. And whereas community media ensures that all voices, especially those often excluded by mainstream media, are uplifted and heard, promoting cultural awareness and providing training that empowers residents to pursue media careers and transform the industry with diverse perspectives. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council do hereby recognize October 20th, 2024 as Community Media Day in the City of Minneapolis, celebrating the 40th anniversary of public access TV and community media. Woo. Would you want to share any words?
Thank you, Council President Payne, and to the entire council. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed the video celebrating 40 years and this amazing legacy. My name is Rebecca Smith. I am the CEO and owner of Be Fresh Productions and Speak Minneapolis. And I'm excited to celebrate with everyone here. So many people that have played such a large role in ensuring community voices are heard for 40 years. At Speak Minneapolis, we're on a mission to reimagine the future of media by activating community connections and creative opportunities to amplify the voices of our neighbors. Your support of community media is an investment in our residents and strengthens the civic health of our city, making it a better place for all people. Let's honor the past, present, and future of public access, including everyone here today, our entire Speak Minneapolis team, our Be Fresh team, all of our partners. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to the communications department, former public access staff, and our members and partners again.
Hi, my name is Pam Colby, and I was with MTN from the 80s, 90s, and into the 2000s. And I just want to say that public access is so important for letting the people speak. And we have so many diverse voices in Minneapolis, and it's so important that people have the tools to create media and the places for other people to share and see that work. So go Speak Minneapolis, and please continue to support public access.
Yes.
Let's keep public access alive.
I'm Nate Maines. I've been at MTN, or Public Access in Minneapolis, since about 1989. Started off when the truck rolled in, or the van rolled in, and they were doing a public access community event type thing, and kind of been there ever since in various ways. And thanks to my dad, too, for bringing me to the board meetings, and just I was hanging out on checkout, learning the equipment, and yeah.
I am excited, actually, to announce that Speak Minneapolis has received a $100,000 grant from Press Forward. Yes, yes. It's the nationwide initiative strengthening communities through local news. We were one of 205 small local newsrooms across the U.S. that are sharing $20 million for reporting on communities and regions that have traditionally gone uncovered. This grant will help us continue sharing even more stories that matter to our community. Thanks to Press Forward to helping us share our vital work.
Yeah, my name's Hamill, and there is nothing cooler than seeing people author their own representation. Power to the people.
My name's Eric Ortiz. I'm Executive Director of Strong Mind, Strong Body Foundation. This spring, we started Youth Community Journalism Institute. I'm also a researcher with the Pivot Fund, doing a landscape news analysis of the Midwest to see where underserved communities get their trusted news. Community media is a big part of that ecosystem, and I'm honored to be partner with Speak Minneapolis and look forward to helping community media grow. Thank you.
Okay. Hi. My name is Destiny, and I'm the producer for Speak Minneapolis. So I help with the content and helping with promote things going on. And I just wanted to share quickly about my experience with public access. So I started public access, I would say, in 2010. Originally, I was an athlete. I was like a star basketball player, and I tore my ACL my sophomore year in high school. And I realized very quickly that this might not be a forever thing. So I was invited to a screening at SPNN, who's the St. Paul version of, public access, St. Paul Neighborhood Network. And I went there and I supported my cousin's screening. And I was like, wait, you guys did this? Like you did the camera work, you edited this together, you created your own stories. And they were like, yeah. And they let me join mid-season. And I went there just because I was curious, and I didn't know that would have changed the trajectory of my life. When I healed from my ACL surgery, I had to make a decision if I was going to play basketball again or stick with the media side of things. And I decided to retire early in my basketball career and chose to stick with public access. And ever since I picked the camera up, I haven't put it down since. And I'm turning 30 next year, and I still have been doing this as a career. This is what I do for a living. So I came in and it changed my life, and I'm very thankful for public access and the things that came with it. So.
Hi, my name is Chaz Kangas. I am the broadcast manager for Speak Minneapolis, our 3 channels. Channel 16, which is news and sports. Channel 17, that is arts and entertainment, also on 798 HD. And Channel 75, which is religion, nature, spirituality, and health. All 3 of those channels on October 26th will be simulcasting a special live broadcast from our South Minneapolis location. You can find the info on that at speakmpls.com, because that will be the ground zero event horizon of our special 40th anniversary party celebrating 40 years of Minneapolis public access. We'll have luminaries across all 4 decades and the future, and you should come join us, enjoy the party. It'll be a good time for good times, looking back at the history, looking towards all the wonder that is to come. More info on that at speakmpls.com.
Hi, I'm Shelby Couch, and I'm representing the Alliance for Community Media. We're the national trade association that represents PEG and community media operations across the United States. And I just want to say thank you, council members, for supporting Community Media Day, investing in public access. It's so important. The work that our members do every day is incredible and very important for our communities. And happy Community Media Day.
Hello, I'm James Harris. I'm the Director of Education at Speak Minneapolis, and one of my biggest passions is working with youth, the next generation of storytellers. We want to empower youth to become experts in telling their own stories from their own perspectives. So we do a program called RISE MPLS, which stands for Representing Youth Stories and Experiences in Minneapolis, and that's made up of summer camps and after-school programs, and as of yesterday, another new program called RISE MPLS All-Stars, stars for anyone who's been through a program of ours before. So really excited to continue engaging with youth. And they've also, youth that we've worked with, which has now reached numbers like 80 different youth who've been trained in. They've gotten media training from us, and they've gotten into film festivals locally, nationally, and internationally. A lot of youth have gone on to get paid work in video production, and some youth have come back to our programs and have gotten paid mentorship opportunities as well. So really excited to continue seeing youth media in the future.
Hello, my name is Mary Lovo-Gunrow. I'm a high school senior, and I've been in 3 separate RISE cohorts. And Speak has really taught me everything that I know about camera operation, audio and lighting, equipment use, and has really given me the platform for my stories to be told and heard and amplified. And now 3 of the short films that I've created have made it to film festivals, both nationally and internationally. So, thank you. Yeah, so I'm really excited to support Community Media Day.
Yeah, my name is Vigisha. I'm the studio manager at Speak MPLS. And, you know, just saying as someone who's kind of boots on the ground every day and seeing, you know, the members who come in, just seeing how they interact with the equipment and you know, getting the access to all that stuff really kind of solidifies kind of the importance of public access. And I'm so glad that, you know, the city continues to back such an important asset to the community. So I'm very thankful and, you know, happy Community Media Day.
Good morning. I'm Nancy Smith, and I'm one of the 5 founding members of Speak Minneapolis. So I got to see the amazing journey in just a period of 4 years of Speak Minneapolis, from being an infant to teendom to now adulthood. And I'm really proud to have been part of that journey. Happy Community Media Day.
Check. Hello, I'm James Everett. Public Access TV has been, I can't even measure how much it's changed my life. It gave me a voice at times that other people, depending on the political season, depends sometimes who has a voice. Public Access took that away. And, you know, even when you're on the news for like 30 seconds. Public Access could play you 40 times over the next 3 years, and it could just pop up at any point in time when you still had a flat top, you know, and what you were saying was relevant, but it can show when you're flicking through the channels at night and you can see people that you know, like J.C. Baghdadi, may he rest in peace. A lot of legacies and a lot of moments in time are captured in those public access videos. And them being played randomly or being played at different times, it gives credence to your words when you're not there to defend yourself. So it's been amazing for my career and for my life, and it's taken me so many different places. I was just talking to my son about public access in West Hollywood because we were just out there. He's like, well, they got TV out there. I'm like, wait a minute, Paramount's right there, but public access is across the street, though. And just being able to, it's like being David against Goliath, but it gives you a stone. It gives you a stone to throw. I remember when there's been city council battles about getting rid of it in past city councils, you know. But sometimes those were with some of the council people, that was their place and their platform. There's a few council people here that I did Southside Community Festival with. Andrea, Miss Jenkins over there. So we did, but those videos, we were there for the change from analog to digital. And so I just want to say that it's truly an honor. And thank you, Miss B Fresh, Rebecca, B Girl, #1, for keeping this going and protecting the integrity of what it was about instead of making it about yourself. You're such a selfless person, and you will rarely get credit for that, but you are awesome, and there couldn't be a better person in charge of this direction for public TV.
So we got to get in between these lines.
You guys know about marks.
There we go. I'll go talk.
Next, we will recognize Youth Civic Engagement Day, and I invite everyone to join us if you're interested.
Wait, we didn't know what happened. They are production people. These might be better. Welcome. Come over. You come over here.
I got a whole gang coming.
Okay. Come around. Yeah, everybody. We don't have much to read. We all got like a sentence, which is good.
You guys can
over
come
here.
stand along over here.
Yep.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
way. Hey, good morning.
Wherever, just anywhere along here,
Youth
facing
Civic
that way.
Engagement Day. Yep, and then turn around and face. There we go. See, our picture's not gonna be this good.
It's not gonna be, yeah.
I think we all wait. I don't know if we all got.
You just
one.
do it. Y'all just do it. Y'all just do it. Okay.
Oh.
I gotta go say hey to my man Charles.
Good morning. We're going to have a resolution recognizing Youth Civic Engagement Day. And the resolution reads as, whereas the involvement of youth in civic activities and community engagement is vital to the health and future of our society, and whereas empowering young people to take action and an active role in their community fosters a sense of responsibility, leadership, and a commitment to positive change, and
whereas youth civic engagement promotes the development of critical thinking, problem-solving skills, and understanding of the democratic processes and social justice. And whereas organizations like Youth Civic Leaders and Black Political Action are dedicated to providing young individuals with the tools, the opportunities, and support they need to become effective and engaged citizens. And
whereas your participation in civic activities strengthens the bonds between generations and encourages a more inclusive and diverse community dialogue. And whereas recognizing the contributions of young people in civic engagement highlights the importance of their voices and perspectives in shaping our communities and policies. And whereas fostering a culture of civic engagement among youth can lead to innovative solutions to community challenges and inspire a lifelong commitment to active citizenship.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and the city council do hereby recognize October 17th as Youth Civic Engagement Day in the city of Minneapolis and encourages all community members to support and celebrate the efforts of our young people in their civic endeavors and to provide them with the resources and encouragement they need to thrive as leaders of tomorrow.
Hello, my name is Melvin Donley. I've been with Youth Civic Leaders, which is a volunteer group per se. We've been doing a lot of volunteer work per se, trying to get more youth and more younger people like myself to per se engaged in a lot of the community stuff. You see a lot of people these days, they'll be a bit older making decisions for a lot of younger people, and a lot of younger people our age don't exactly get a say in per se get a lot of say in a lot of the decisions being made for us, and not just for us but for everyone. Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Nevaeh Reeves. I'm a part of Youth Civic Leaders. This is a youth-led organization that empowers younger people to get involved civically, and not only just a national level, but at a more closer to home level too, because we believe that getting involved early shapes a civic responsibility that can empower young people to advocate for themselves and more younger people that look like us getting a say so at the table. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Teresa Reeves. I'm the founder of Youth Civic Leaders. Thank you all for recognizing the importance of youth civic engagement and the power that young people hold in shaping our communities. Civic engagement isn't just about voting, it's about taking action, making your voice heard, and standing up for what you believe in. By advocating for social justice, from advocating to social justice to leading community initiatives, youth are prone every day that they are the leaders of tomorrow, and they're also the leaders of today. To the young people here, your voice matters. Your ideas, energy, and passion are driving real change. Don't wait for permission to lead. Step into your power, because the future you're building starts now. And to the adults in the room, it's our responsibility to create the space for youth, offer guidance, and support them as they take their place at the table.
Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much for being here. We really do appreciate all the work you put into civic engagement, not just for youth, but for this entire community. Keep up the good work. We're here to support you in that, and you're correct. It's our job to create a space and opportunity for you all to continue to do that work. Thank you.
We will welcome up guests for our National Disability Employment Awareness Month and Invisible Disabilities Awareness Week, presented by Councilmember Jenkins.
Thank you, Council President. And good morning. And I thought we had some people joining us, but maybe not. They're coming around. Okay. A little traffic jam in the back, I think. All right. Good morning. How are you? Hello, hello. Hi. Are there more folks? Good morning. You too. So, this resolution is recognizing National Disability Employment Awareness Month and Invisible Disabilities Awareness Week. And just before I read the resolution, you know, it has been a struggle for me to really accept the realities of physical disabilities. But also, we know that so many people, 1 in 4 people, Americans, are living with some form of disability. And many of those are invisible disabilities. And so we want to just highlight that and recognize that disabled people continue to contribute, to be a part of civic life as well as our social structures and networks. So this resolution recognizing National Disability Employment Awareness Month and Invisible Disabilities Awareness Week. Whereas October 2024 marks the 79th anniversary of the National Disability Employment Awareness Month, or NDEAM, to increase education about disability employment issues and celebrate the many and varied contributions of American workers with disabilities. And whereas October 20th through the 26th marks Invisible Disabilities Week, and whereas the history of NDEAM traces back to 1945, when it started as a week and focused only on people with physical disabilities. Later, it expanded to a full month, and its name and scope evolved to acknowledge the importance of increasing the workforce inclusion of people with all natures of disabilities. And whereas workplaces welcoming the talents of all people, including people with disabilities, are a critical part of our efforts to build an inclusive community and strong economy. Awareness will reinforce the value and talent of people with disabilities and add to our workplaces and communities, and affirm that the City of Minneapolis' commitment to increasing access to good jobs for all workers, including workers with disabilities, and where's the council president?
Approximately 20% of Americans live with a condition that can be considered an invisible disability, amounting to approximately 66 million Americans. And whereas the term invisible disabilities or non-apparent disabilities refers to disabilities which are not visibly apparent, leading this person to fight a battle seldom acknowledged. Some examples of invisible disabilities include Alzheimer's disease, anxiety, depression, arthritis, autism spectrum disorder, inflammatory bowel disease, deafness, vision impairment and blindness, diabetes, epilepsy, fibromyalgia, post-traumatic stress disorder, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, traumatic brain injury, Usher syndrome, bipolar disorder, cystic fibrosis, and multiple sclerosis, among many others. And since invisible disabilities are not readily apparent, the person's condition may not be acknowledged by others. A lack of acknowledgement of the disability often translates to a lack of funding accommodations, medical resources, medical diagnoses, and overall support. And whereas in 1993, the city's Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, transition plan met the Department of Justice's requirements of conducting a self-evaluation and developing a transition plan. In 2015, the city's Neighborhood and Community Relations Department renewed the city's commitment to the ADA by conducting a program and services evaluation and developing an updated plan known as the ADA Action Plan. And whereas the ADA Action Plan demonstrates the city's commitment to inclusion of people with disabilities in programs, services, and decision-making processes by adopting emerging accessibility and technological practices, and identifying areas where there are gaps and needs for improvement to better serve people living with disabilities in every form.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and city council do hereby recognize this 79th anniversary of National Disability Employment Awareness Month and honor October 20th to the 26th, 2024 as Invisible Disabilities Awareness Week in the city of Minneapolis to commemorate the many contributions of people living with disabilities, both invisible and apparent, to America's workplaces and economy. And so I know we have a few folks here to represent that are working and ensuring that people with disabilities are included in our workplace. And so I want to give an opportunity for people to say a few words.
Yes, my name is Joan Wilshire. I'm the vice chair of the Minneapolis Advisory Committee on People with Disabilities. And we are thrilled to be basically celebrating this month of October, which is the Employment Awareness Month for people with disabilities. And it covers all people with disabilities. As we look to celebrate the national organization that creates the dream idea, is really looking at the theme of good jobs. And that is people with disabilities want to work and can work. So it's about finding the good jobs. And we need to be working with the city of Minneapolis to help create some of those opportunities for people with disabilities. Currently, the employment rate for people with disabilities is around 22.5%. That is up, dramatically in the last decade or so. But it needs to increase because a person with non-disability, their employment rate is around 65%. So we've got a ways to go, but things are improving, and we need the city of Minneapolis to continue to work with us as we continue to want to get employed and stay employed as well. So we're again thrilled to have this celebration and awareness be made because people with disabilities matter, and it's about representation. And I urge everybody, when you're looking within city departments, look to see if you see people with disabilities. And then also remember those with invisible disabilities are amongst us as well. So a lot yet to do, but we are thankful for what we've gotten done so far as well. Pass this on.
Do you want to share a few words?
Sure. Guthrie Byard, Community Specialist for People with Disabilities in the Department of Neighborhood and Community Relations. I just want to echo what Joan had said about representation and about awareness. So as far as awareness goes, I think it's really important that within my department and my role, we're collaborating with HR. We're understanding who is employed with the city, who has disabilities, what types of disabilities, what types of support they would like, tracking not only recruitment but retention and advancement of those individuals, and then understanding who's not working for the city, who could be working for the city, and understanding our recruitment efforts and engaging more prospective employees with disabilities, better promoting the city's reasonable accommodations process and prospective employees knowing about that, and then current employees as well knowing about that. So there's a lot of work to do, but I think that the commitment is there, and having a resolution like this is an expression of that commitment. So thank you, Councilmember Jenkins.
All right. Well, if no one else wants to share, you want to say a few
I don't have much to share. I'm new to the city, but my name is Adrienne Wade, and I am the ADA coordinator for the employees. So I echo what this young lady was saying, as well as Guthrie. We have a lot of work to do, and we are on that trajectory to improve our accommodations for employees within the city. So thank you.
Wonderful. Let's get a beautiful photo here. Joan, you want to come in a little closer?
Do I need to move over closer? If you could, that would be great. Yep. Always trying not to run over too many people's toes. You need your toes.
Just a few. Just a few people.
you.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you. Good to see you.
See you again.
Yeah, you too. Take good care. Thank
It was
you.
nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you as well. We'll see you around the city.
Our next resolution is recognizing National Transgender Children's Day, presented by Councilmember Jenkins.
Also known as the Day of the Transgender Child. And, okay. All right. Well, we don't have our visitors here today. They seemingly were not able to make it. But we certainly want to continue to honor this day. And I want to just say it is also Spirit Day, which is a day that has been uplifted by GLAAD, the gay and lesbian anti-defamation organization. And it's Spirit Day to just bring awareness to the bullying that LGBT youth face in the world, and particularly important because during this election cycle, we see so many hateful attacks, particularly on transgender young people. And it's despicable. There's been over 500 bills introduced throughout the country demeaning transgender and gender nonconforming people. And we want to stand up and say, we support you, we see you, and we love you. So this resolution, recognizing October 26, 2024 as National Transgender Children Day in the city of Minneapolis, whereas Transgender Children Day, observed on October 26 every year, is a day to honor and acknowledge all transgender children who have long been hiding in the closet and cannot, for whatever reasons, come out. And whereas transgender children are less likely to announce their gender status as compared to transgender adults because their survival is mainly dependent on their parents' reactions to their declaration. And whereas trans children have existed since the turn of the 20th century and have actively sought out medical care as well as inclusion in society. And whereas observation of this day includes actions of accepting your trans child, publicizing your trans child if they consent to that, and advocating for equal rights of trans children in efforts to facilitate inclusiveness and help build self-esteem and foster equality. And
whereas almost 3% of Minnesota teens identify as transgender or gender nonconforming. And whereas the city of Minneapolis has a long history of leading the state and the entire country in creating a community in which transgender and gender non-binary individuals can thrive. And whereas in 1975, Minneapolis was the first city to pass protections by ordinance barring discrimination in employment, labor union membership, housing, and public accommodations. And whereas the families, guardians, and various transgender support groups throughout Minneapolis provide much needed love, support, and care for our transgender and gender non-binary youth. And historical trauma.
Whereas historical trauma and the current political climate can prevent positive development and emotional well-being, leaving our transgender and gender nonconforming children to feel they are not heard, seen, or valued. And whereas the City of Minneapolis Transgender Issues Work Group was established in 2014 to issues facing this community. And whereas the Transgender Equity Council was established in 2017 to advise the mayor on matters of importance to transgender community. And whereas the residents of Minneapolis elected the first Black transgender council members in 2018, bringing in a new era of hope, promise, and diverse leadership that serves as a beacon of progress and inspiration to every trans child in our state and nation. And whereas our city has Our city has an obligation to protect all children and their right to live, thrive, and exist as who they are and not how they are told to conform. And whereas the city of Minneapolis seeks to create a better world for transgender and gender non-binary youth and their families, and a dedication to action through inclusive, equitable policymaking. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and the city council do officially recognize October 26, 2024 as National Transgender Children Day in the city of Minneapolis.
I'll just end by saying thank you to my colleagues for standing here with me, because it's so important to really show that we love and support our trans communities, and particularly our trans children. We know that 80% of transgender children think about suicide, and what helps them is the love and support of their parents. And so we really appreciate this show of support, and thanks to the council for signing on to this resolution and being a part of it. And I don't know if anybody wants to share any words or anything. Kristen, did you want to say anything?
Thank you, council member. It's so important for our trans kids that we're standing in support of them, that we as a city stand in support of them, and that we wrap them with our love, so that they can be who they are. And I'm so proud to be part of an institution that recognizes that.
Wow. Well, that said, I think we can take this photo and move on to our business of the day.
And our final resolution, we will welcome up Councilmember Osmond to recognize Indigenous Peoples Day.
Good morning, everyone. Today we're here to recognize and honor the Indigenous Peoples Day. On Monday, October 14, was Indigenous Peoples Day. Honoring Indigenous Peoples Day, whereas the city of Minneapolis recognizes the annexation of Dakota homelands for the building of our city, and no indigenous nations have lived upon this land since the time immemorial, and value the progress of our society has accomplished through American Indian technology, thought, and culture. Indigenous people have made a great contribution to the history and culture of Minneapolis. And whereas the idea of Indigenous People Day was first proposed in 1977 by a delegation of Native nations to the United Nations sponsor International Conference on Discrimination Against Indigenous Populations in America. And whereas the 1990 representative from 120 indigenous nations at the first Continental Conference on 500 years of Indian resistance anonymously passed a resolution to transform a Columbus Day into an occasion to strengthen the process of continental unity and struggle towards liberation, and thereby use the occasion to reveal a more accurate history and record. And whereas
the City Council proclaimed 2013 the year of the Dakota, remembering and honoring the truth-telling, and the city understands the need for continued work in the spirit of truth-telling, and whereas Indigenous Peoples Day serves as an opportunity to reflect on the contributions and experiences of Indigenous peoples, fostering greater understanding, increasing access and opportunity, and whereas the city of Minneapolis has a strong history of over 4 decades of American Indian activism, which the city of Minneapolis celebrates and honors, and whereas in 2024, the Minneapolis City Council unanimously approved a resolution recognizing the second Monday in October as Indigenous Peoples Day. In that moment, Minneapolis was only the second city to do so in the United States. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and city council do hereby honor and celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day on the second Monday in October.
Aho, bonjour, jawanung bane si indigo, moshkazi bing nindun jabai dashka kabekang indanungom, maingan indo dame, neoski madewin in Indian dao, nimani du ogichi da in dao, nimishomis, mi gwich, gibe waza konin da maoyan. Nimigwich, gibe waza konin da maoyan. Nungom. Oh, my name's Derek DeLille. I'm very happy to be here today and accept this proclamation. We're very proud to get these words towards our community today. It's a happy day. It's a good day. We want to accept this gratefully and humbly, and we're working in our communities every day to be a good part of this city, as our Native people are and have been. We encourage anyone to come to our businesses and our organizations, to come visit us and come sit with us and come talk with us and come smile and eat with us, come work with us. We need the support. Our disparities today are horrendous. I want to note that. And I want to note why it's important to come and support us. We need your help. And when we think of proclamations like these are very important. This is a good day to be Indigenous. Today, it's not Indigenous Peoples Day, but it is for us every day. I hope.
Louise.
Buju, Louise Matson, Indigenakas, Makwan Dudam, Gawa Baba Kinikag, and Dunjaba. My name is Louise Matson, and I'm Bear Clan from the White Earth Nation. I'm Executive Director at the Division of Indian Work, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Mud Group as the Vice Chair. So this proclamation is so important in honoring Indigenous Peoples Day. Often we as Native people were invisible in our own community, and often what we do see happens to focus on the challenges and the negativity, when in reality we know we have disparities, and we know why we have those disparities, but we do have a vibrant community in Minneapolis. And every day you could immerse yourself in Indian country. You can go to our businesses, you can go to our restaurants, and have a meal. You can hire a Native attorney, an architect. You can go see a performance written by a Native playwright and performed by Native artists. You can go to a culturally based school. You can go to language tables. We have ceremony. You can celebrate being an Indigenous person every day and every night in the Twin Cities. So it's important that we honor that. And Minneapolis is a place of innovation. We are the birthplace of the American Indian movement. We're the Native American Indian Association was established here 50 years ago. We could go on. And having this proclamation being 10 years old, I think we're one of the first cities to do that, is important. It's important to recognize that we're not just a community in the past, but we're very present in our city. And I think we see more of the proclamations happening by other institutions and cities, and we see land and water acknowledgements. And what's so important to us is that there's action behind those words. And so that is why it's important with the city. We partner, and when we work together and when we lead the work, we know we can eliminate those disparities and then celebrate and build on our successes, because we have a lot of success in our community. So on behalf of MUD and our community, chi miigwech to the council, and we look forward to our partnership in the future.
Thank you. I want to thank the leaders that came here today. You're definitely right. Every day is Indigenous Peoples Day, and really appreciate you being here today.
At this time, I'm going to call this regular meeting of the City Council for October 17th to order, and the clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Veto? Present. Councilmember Ellison?
Here.
Councilmember Koski?
Present.
Councilmember Wansley?
Present.
Councilmember Jenkins?
Present.
Councilmember Chowdhury?
Present.
Councilmember Cashman? Present. Councilmember Palmisano is absent. Councilmember Osman?
Present.
Councilmember Rainville is absent. Councilmember Chavez?
Present.
Vice President Shugtai?
Present.
President Payne?
Present.
There are 11 members present.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Before we begin the meeting, I want to offer a friendly reminder to all members of the staff, members and staff, that this meeting is broadcast live to enable greater public participation. The broadcast includes real-time captioning as a further method to increase the accessibility of our proceedings to the community. Therefore, all speakers need to be mindful of the rate of their speech so that our captioners can fully capture and transcribe all comments for the broadcast. We ask all speakers to moderate the speed and clarity of their comments. With that, the agenda for today's meeting is before us. Are there any amendments to the agenda? I'll recognize Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, Council President Payne. Colleagues, I will like to make a motion to amend the agenda to include a new item under new business. This item is before you, and it is a legislative directive regarding a fee study for pollution control annual registration fee, specifically for carbon dioxide, as well as the evaluation of the city's current fees to ensure accuracy. I'm more than happy to share more information about those items when we get to them, but for now, I will ask for a second to amend the agenda. Thank you.
Councilmember Wansley has moved to amend the agenda. It has been properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Chavez? Aye. Councilmember Veto. Aye. Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Vice President Chugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 11 ayes.
That carries, and the amendment is, the agenda is adopted as amended. The next item is acceptance of the minutes from our regular meeting on October 2nd. I'd entertain a motion to accept those minutes.
So moved.
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Veto.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins. Aye. Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Vice President Chugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 11 ayes.
That carries, and those minutes have been accepted. Finally, we have the referral of petitions, communications, and reports to proper committees. May I have that motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Veto. Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins. Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Vice President Chugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 11 ayes.
That carries, and those matters have been referred. The next order of business is the presentation of reports from our standing committees. Those are taken in alphabetical order, beginning with the report of our Administration and Enterprise Oversight Committee, which will be presented by that committee's chair, Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, Council President Payne. The Administration and Enterprise Oversight Committee is bringing forward 24 items for approval. The first is a gift acceptance from Law Enforcement and Emergency Services Video Association, travel and lodging expenses. 2 is a gift acceptance from the National Board of Public Health Examiners, travel, lodging, and per diem. 3 is a gift acceptance from the Environmental Health Association, lodging and conference registration. 4 is a gift acceptance from the National Academy of Sciences, travel and lodging expenses. 5 is a gift acceptance from Center for Financial Empowerment Fund of travel and lodging expenses. 6 is HUD Community Project Funding Grant acceptance for the Farmers Market Sustainable Modernization Project. 7 is stable and affordable housing options for senior and elder residents. 8 is fees for use of city-owned resources ordinance. 9 is a fee study for police department off-duty use of city resources. 10 is a police department protest response legislative directive. 11 is a bid for Pump Station 9 variable frequency drive replacement. 12 is a bid event for hauling and disposal of waste materials. 13 is a bid for hydraulic packer and tipper parts and service. 14 is a bid for non-emergency boarding and securing services. 15 is a bid for emergency boarding and securing services. 16 is a contract amendment for the Convention Center Video Surveillance Upgrade Project. 17 is a contract amendment with Abdo Financial Solutions, LLC for Senior Advisor Public Financial and Fiscal Consulting Services. 18 is a contract amendment with CoStar Realty Information, Inc. for access to real estate information database. 19 is contract amendments with various immigration legal services providers offering free immigration legal services to city residents. 20 is contract amendment with Clearwater Analytics, LLC for various investment services. 21 is a contract amendment with Egan Company Fridley Campus Electrical Rehabilitation Construction Project. 22 is a contract amendment with Metro Youth Diversion Center for Minneapolis Strategic Outreach Initiative. 23 is a contract with Rural Architects and Engineers for Architectural and Engineering Design Services for South Minneapolis Community Safety Center. And then 24 is a gift acceptance from Generation Housing, registration, travel, and lodging expenses. And I will move all items for approval.
Councilmember Wansley has moved approval of the committee's report. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Vita?
Yes, I would just like 8 and 9 to have a separate vote, please.
Councilmember Vita has requested a separate vote and discussion on items 8 and 9. I will recognize Councilmember Jenkins for the remainder of the items.
Thank
Thank you, President Payne. I was going to request more information on items number 8 and 9, so.
Okay, we can take that up when we are on those items. Councilmember Cashman.
Thank you, President Payne. I just wanted to thank all the staff who worked on item number 6 for farmers market sustainable modernization, accepting $850,000 for this project to modernize the roof, to install solar panels is really amazing for this parcel and this whole district in a very industrial zone. And just want to thank, the intergovernmental relations team and also our Congresswoman Ilhan Omar for securing this money for us.
Councilmember Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I just want to speak in favor of item number 19, which is contract amendments with various immigration legal service providers offering free immigration legal services to city residents. This is increase in these contracts. It's a really good thing, and I'm very proud to support it. Councilmember Wansley and I were able to attend immigration court last week, and were able to see, actually shadow the court cases, and it was extremely heartbreaking to see how these cases go and the amount of folks trying to get their immigration case figured out. And I know that was really hard to sit and watch how those hearings were conducted, but even after that hearing, it gives me a reason that we need to do a lot more in the city of Minneapolis, but also seeing this in front of us today makes me extremely proud to vote in favor of it.
Seeing no further discussion, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on items 1 through 7 and 10 through 24 of the AO report.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Veto.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Vice President Shabtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 11 ayes.
Those items carry. Next, we will take up items 8 and 9. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Vital, do you want to speak to it?
No.
Okay. Councilmember Jenkins, did you want to ask your questions?
Well, yeah, I'm just...
Microphone.
Thank you, President Payne. And I'm not sure if I understand the intent of these studies.
Councilmember Wansley, would you like to answer that question?
Sure. So in regards to item 8, which is a fees for use of city-owned resources ordinance, this motion is directing the city attorneys to draft enabling legislation for the city to be able to collect fees tied to MPD's off-duty program. Number 9 is then asking for a comprehensive fee study of all the expenses that are associated with the city's off-duty program for Minneapolis Police Department, so that when we are able to amend the fee schedule, we'll have all the accurate fees needed associated with this program. And that's a legislative directive.
Does that answer your questions, Councilmember?
I'm not, we're charging fees for using city equipment?
We are currently not charging fees for using city
I
equipment.
understand we're not, but we have a lot of people that use city equipment.
And I can take this one
my
up.
computer home every night. Do I have to pay a fee for that?
This would be for off-duty work where the police officers are taking on essentially gig work, and they're pocketing that as direct employment, and they're utilizing city resources to do that side work, basically freelancing. And so not fees for city employees doing their official work.
Number 8 says fees for city-owned resources ordinance. So that means any city resources
No.
have a fee.
Can the city
Councilmember
attorneys
Wansley.
please activate them in as we drafted this language in consultation with them, so city attorneys can speak to that.
Madam Attorney.
Council President, council members. So right now, under our code of ethics, normally, employees can't use city property for non-city purposes. There's a carve-out for police and fire that would allow for that. So I think what the intention is of this ordinance is that for police officers who are using city property for off-duty purposes, so they're got a outside employment doing security for XYZ business, and that business is benefiting from the use of, whether it be the police car or what have you, that we would be charging that business to recoup the costs of them basically using city resources for non-city purposes. It does not prevent people from using city resources for city purposes. That's, of course, exactly why we have the city resources. And this directive is to my staff to craft an ordinance, and obviously we're going to craft it carefully so that it's clear and lawful.
Mr. President, if I may, so I understand the issue here, but there are times when off-duty police officers are doing side gigs, if you will, and then a criminal act happens, and those police officers have to go on duty. So how do we shift? Like, they're off duty, they pay a fee, and then the chief says, hey, we need everybody to come to this thing.
Today's action is to work with the city attorney's office to be able to be responsive to those exact considerations.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to say I'll be supporting both of these items today. I think the staff directive on doing a fee study and then bringing our city attorney in to craft an ordinance will give us the tangibles to have a really deliberative discussion, ask questions, get some answers, and figure out I would say the tip of the iceberg when it comes to issues around off-duty policing. So I'm excited to support this today.
Councilmember Osmond.
Yeah, thank you. This is the first time. It's the first time I'm seeing, but few ways I can think of is, I think it's smart to know what the cost of taxpayers' money is, especially the vehicle of gas use and wear and tear, and how far they're driving and stuff like that. It's very smart. At the same time, Councilmember Jenkins made a good point that having officers keep that vehicle so they can get to the emergency situation is also one way to look at it. But we don't really know. I don't know if we ever received any presentation or any updates of, what is it, how many people do of duty work and how much gas do they use? Do they use their own gas money or do they use the city gas money card? So it's very smart. Really glad that we're speaking about this. Thank you.
Seeing no one else in queue, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on items 8 and 9.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Veto.
No.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Nay.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Vice President Shabtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 9 ayes and 2 nays.
That carries, and we have adopted the full report. The next report is from our Budget Committee, and that report will be presented by that committee's chair, Vice President Chuck Tai.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Budget Committee is bringing forward 2 items for consideration today. Item number 1 is adopting findings and passage of ordinance approving the salary schedule for an appointed position in the Civil Rights Department of Deputy Director of Civil Rights. Item number 2 is considering a resolution amending the 2024 General Appropriation Resolution designating funds within the Health Department's budget to establish a pollution control annual registration program for carbon dioxide equivalents. This item was sent forward without recommendation. Early this morning, we received communication from COO Anderson Kelleher, which I have passed along to the clerks to add to the LIMS file for this item for public transparency, stating that work to begin the human resources process for creating and hiring the position related to a pollution control annual registration program for carbon dioxide equivalents could begin now in 2024 without this budget allocation. In light of that, the lead author of this item, Councilmember Wansley, has agreed to pull this item and bring an ongoing budget allocation proposal during the markup process for the 2025 city budget. So with that, I will move approval of item number 1 and move to delete from the agenda item number 2.
Vice President Chugtai has moved approval of item 1 on the report and the deletion of item 2. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Veto.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Vice President Chugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 11 ayes.
That carries, and the report is adopted. Next, we'll have the report from our Business, Housing, and Zoning Committee, which will be given by that committee's chair, Councilmember Osman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Business Inspection, Housing and Zoning Committee is bringing forward 12 items. Item 1 is approving liquor license for Stone Garden. Item 2 is denying an appeal submitted for the property located at 5005 Lindale Avenue South. Item 3 is approving a 15 liquor license renewal. Item 4 is approving 3 gambling license renewal. Item 5 is approving a commemorative street name addition of Ania Alley to 36th Avenue North between Ben Avenue and Queens Avenue North. Item 6 is approving legislative directive requesting options for expanding the number of locations for permitted food vendors. Item 7 is approving $80,536.40 of the 2023 Emergency Solution Grant Fund for essential service and shelter operations. Item 8 is a passage of resolution approving the land sale of 1029 22nd Avenue North. Item 9 is approving a land swap between the city and the Hennepin Regional Railroad Authority. Item 10 is accepting the Spring 2024 Brownfield grants. Item 11 is a passage of resolution approving an amendment to the city comprehensive plan for properties located at 1626 and 1628 Washington Street Northeast. And finally, item 12 is denying an appeal for conditional use permit at 1801 Nicollet Avenue, subject to conditions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Osman has moved approval of the committee's report. Is there any discussion? I'll recognize Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I just don't want to pull this item out, but I want to talk about item number 6. This is an item that Councilmember Chowdhury and I are bringing forward, which is the Food Vendor Location Options and Regulations Legislative Directive to help us with the legislative process as we work on establishing a new permit for food vendors. My office and Councilmember Chowdhury have been meeting with a variety of these fruit and food vendors in our city. I believe October 6th, our office has met with around 15 food and fruit vendors to hear the stories about their work as food and fruit vendors. And it was a very emotional meeting and hearing their experiences of how this is one of the only jobs that they have access to. This is the only things that they can do in the city enterprise, in the city of Minneapolis in general, and that they're struggling to make it by. Some of these folks even have green cards, they're able to work, but because of language barriers and the current job market, they're also struggling to even have a different job. So this is one of the only ways that they're able to work to provide income for their families, pay rent and food. And this legislative directive is hoping to create a partnership with our offices and the administration's office to make sure that we can create a new ordinance before, and I'll say that out loud, before the spring of 2025 to make sure that folks are able to sell. So thank you.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Thank you, President Payne. I just wanted to speak on item number 5 and just thank Councilmember Veto for bringing this commemorative street name forward. So many children in our community are being victims of gun violence, and these tragedies have to stop. We just had a resolution honoring youth engagement, civic engagement day. Anaya Allen should be civically engaged right now, and she is not. I have a granddaughter named Anaya as well, and it just breaks my heart that these young people are shooting each other, are victims of violence, of this horrendous drug, fentanyl, that's invading our communities and attacking young people. And so I just wanted to acknowledge this commemorative street name and just acknowledge these young people, say their names. Thank you, Councilmember Veto.
Thank you for that. Seeing no one else in queue. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Veto.
Thank you. I also wanted to speak to item 5. And as Councilmember Jenkins said, in May of 2021, Anaya Allen was sitting in the backseat of her mom's car, heading home, eating a Happy Meal, and was fatally shot on 36th and Penn Avenue. Her crime is still unsolved. So this street renaming in her honor is in hopes that someone will come forward and talk about what happened to that baby. She should still be here. Her family wants justice, and they get to say what justice is. They deserve it. Every time I hear her story, I just think about how exciting my life was if my mom took me to McDonald's. Just the idea of eating food that you know you're not supposed to eat is so special when you're a kid, and then getting a toy. That baby was sitting in the backseat of that car, probably having the time of her life. And she lost her life. So not only do I hope that this street renaming bring her family something. I spoke with her mom and I asked her mom, can we do this? We should do this in her honor. We need to memorialize her. She had a big memorial on the corner of 36th and Penn, but after some years of wear and tear, it wasn't at the best. And this street sign, I hope, is going to be a great addition to that corner, and someone's going to come forward and say that they saw something, because her mom and her siblings really want that. Her mom told me that she still takes her other kids to daycare in that area every day, and so I want her brothers and sisters to see this commemorative street sign. This is a big deal to this family, and this is a big deal to our city. I really, really hope that her family gets the justice, and like Councilmember Jenkins said, she should still be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Veto. I was Anaya's age when a bullet went through my bedroom wall just above my bed, and I have reflected on that a lot since we lost Anaya. So thank you for bringing this forward. And with that, I'll ask the clerks to call the roll.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Veto.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Walmsley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins. Aye. Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That carries, and the report is adopted. The next report is from our Climate and Infrastructure Committee, which will be presented by that committee's chair, Councilmember Cashman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Climate Infrastructure Committee is bringing forward 7 items. Item 1 is adopting assessments for the 2025 Streetlight Operations Project. Item 2 is adopting assessments for the 2025 Street Maintenance Project. Item 3 is approving 2025 proposed services and service charges for the Legacy Special Service Districts. Item 4 is authorizing a contract with Xcel Energy for the Upper Harbor Phase 1 Public Infrastructure Project. Item 5 is authorizing a joint powers agreement to continue participation in the Bassett Creek Watershed Management Commission. Item 6 is authorizing a joint powers agreement to continue participation in the Shingle Creek Watershed Management Commission. And item 7 is updating assessment rates for street reconstruction and resurfacing. And I'll move approval of these items.
Councilmember Cashman has moved approval of the committee's report. Is there any discussion? Not seeing any, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Veto.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Walmsley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 11 ayes on this report, and Mr. President, there were 11 ayes on the Business, Housing, and Zoning report. I inaccurately called it as 12.
That carries, and the report is adopted, and that update is noted. The next report is from our Committee of the Whole, which will be presented by that committee's chair, Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Payne. The Committee of the Whole is bringing forward 2 items. Item number 1 is approving a supportive housing report legislative directive. Item number 2 is passage of a resolution for development at the site of the former 3rd Precinct relating to the proposed warehouse and supporting community development. And we have a proposed amendment that we're going to be moving forward with. So, Mr. President, I just recommend we split the vote. So we have a separate vote on item number 1 and then a separate vote on item number 2.
Councilmember Chavez has moved approval of the report, but we will take those items up one at a time, starting with item number 1. Is there any discussion on item number 1? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Veto.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Walmsley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 11 ayes.
That carries, and that item is adopted. Next, we will take up item number 2, and I will recognize Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Payne. This amended resolution talks about some of the conversations we had at Tuesday's Committee of the Whole meeting, just so the public knows. It adds additional language that says, in reckoning with past acts of racism, misogyny, and violence by 3rd Precinct officers, be it further resolved that the City Council supports the 8,000 square feet of community space in the current site plan and takes the position that additional community development and use is needed in the total site plan. And it finishes off by saying, be it further resolved that the City Council supports and urges the administration for the immediate cleanup, remediation, and beautification of 3,000 Minnehaha site, included but not limited to the removal of fencing, Jersey barriers, barbed wire, and all other exterior blight. I'll move this for approval.
Councilmember Chavez has moved item 2 as amended for approval. Is there any discussion on that amended motion? Councilmember Walmsley.
Thank you, President Payne. I just wanted to give some context on the additions that I provided to this resolution in collaboration with Councilmember Chavez and Councilmember Chowdhury. We are all aware that for the past 4 years, we've heard from residents who've come to this space and participated in a number of our engagement series around this particular site, that the redevelopment efforts that we're pursuing around the 3rd Precinct, also known as 3000 Minnehaha, it must not only just prioritize racial healing, but those efforts must also acknowledge the fact that there were many Minneapolis police officers who were stationed at the 3rd Precinct, like Derek Chauvin, who waged racist and violent actions against the residents in the area for decades. And reckoning with history is a crucial first step from healing from it, and it's a step that's often overlooked. And the reality is that healing doesn't happen without genuine acknowledgement and as well as genuine and sustained reconciliation. And there's places all around the world like Germany and South Africa that have invested in public memorials that serve as a reminder of realities of structural racism and violence, particularly actions of those matters that took place in those respective countries. And these memorials are also accompanied by actions like truth and reconciliation, school curriculum changes, public policy changes that help support the population and not just shying away from those realities of their past, but actually reckoning with them. And that is just something in the USA we don't do well. In our country and in our city, there continues to be this pervasive lack of understanding and reckoning with the history of the genocide of Native people, as we honored even our Indigenous residents just a few minutes ago, of honoring the history of slavery, of Jim Crow in this country, and also even the internment of Japanese residents and many more oppressive tragedies that have taken place in our country. Instead of acknowledging those atrocities that we've committed, we tend to have this approach of whitewashing the past. But the reality is that we can't move forward towards racial equity and justice in a real sense until we actually acknowledge and reckon with those realities. And particularly starting in our city with the shameful and traumatic events that took place at the 3rd Precinct. And that is the intention that I bring to this resolution. And I believe the updated language reflects that more accurately. I also, after Cal's conversation, still felt uneasy about this idea of putting a storage warehouse on the corner that is globally recognized for not only George Floyd, but the uprising that followed his murder. And I really see this as an opportunity to really commit ourselves to meaningful reckoning with the history around that site. Also, the updated language makes it clear that the council is doing everything that we can to urge the administration to finally take down the barriers and barbed wire and invest in basic external beautification. We hear a lot from our residents that this is a top priority of theirs, and we're deeply disturbed to see that, again, 4 years later, those reminders of that particular time is still in place. So I look forward to working with my colleagues and also city staff to make sure that we can actually make do on that cleanup and external modifications that were promised several months ago, and to hopefully see some progress in the coming weeks. So that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really appreciate Councilmember Wansley's comments around racial healing and reckoning. I'm glad that this is a part of our resolution. We as a city do have an opportunity to break away from the legacy of the United States and truly grapple with structural racism that is still impacting our community today, because in the grander scheme of things, 2020 and the murder of George Floyd is very, very recent. This resolution that we're bringing forward has a very clear demand that is very reflective of so many in our community. Clean up, remediate, and beautify the corner of 3000 Minnehaha immediately. This is the gateway to downtown Longfellow. The age of barbed wire, Jersey barriers, fencing, and blight must come to an end. We cannot allow for this corner to be a backdrop for those who wish to manipulate the trauma of our city for political gain, and we must show through this corner that we care about our community, that Minneapolis is coming back, not for some, but for all, specifically in this working community home to so many Black, Brown, Indigenous residents. Our community feels exhausted and uncared for, and it's time for us to change that, both the City Council and the administration. Because of the actions of this council on our Tuesday meeting and the discussion that we've had, I want to note for the public and give my appreciation for a phone call that I received from our COO, Margaret Anderson Kelleher, yesterday, stating that in the next 3 weeks, barbed wire will be removed, barriers potentially taken down, and in a few months, the burnt vestibule will be taken down. We hope that the administration follows through on this, and our resolution will mark our official position for immediate action. If there is a council action that is needed to advance these improvements for 3,000 Minnehaha, I feel like I can say you would have resounding support of this body. I want to be really clear. I support an election voter services use at this location. I see that our election voter services operation here at the city has grown and requires a central location, that this use is one that many in my community feel great optimism about. And I can share in that optimism for a shared use at 3,000 Minnehaha. At the same time, we have to be truthful as a city that there are discrepancies and nuances to support. That is why I believe that it was intellectually disingenuous to declare that 70% of respondents of a survey support the use in its current form. It negates that of the 70% of the 70% of those who support it, 27% of those individuals stated that they somewhat support it. 20% neither support or oppose, and that there was dissent to this plan. This isn't disparaging the data, it's just facts. The data is really simple, and we cannot be obfuscating it. I think that somewhat support is really well indicated in the engagement report from D. Young Consulting, where residents state tension around an active warehouse and loading dock operations year-round at a site that doesn't fit the type of zoning and activity that typically would be in a CM4 corridor. Also, residents noting that there is not enough community space, and that feels like a tension point for them. This is the gateway to downtown Longfellow. This is not what our community deserves, and our local businesses have shown strong opposition to an inactive warehousing facility in the intersection that was the heartbeat of East Lake. I do see the need to secure our balloting election equipment on site, and I believe that that's possible without a warehouse. And we can expand community space here, as our COO indicated Tuesday, as a possible option in response to the remarks made by some council members, including myself. I strongly support the expansion of community development and use here. At its core, the truth is that the approach by our city was to decide what will be here, announce it to the community, and then defend it. Decide, announce, and defend is not the approach that will reflect our community's voices in this public space. We cannot declare a democracy-centered design without democratic and community design. We are demonstrating a different path today, to engage, discuss, collaborate, and come together on a solution. And our resolution helps give a roadmap to that and reflects the voices of many constituents within the city of Minneapolis.
Thank you, Councilmember. I see you're in queue a second time. Is that intentional?
It is an accident.
Okay. Councilmember Jenkins.
Thank you, President Payne. And, I absolutely 100% agree with much of what Councilmember Wansley stated, as well as Councilmember Chowdhury. I don't understand how limiting the ability of staff to actually do the voter center by limiting the opportunity to store the very tools that we need to use is effective. It would decrease the use of that space as it is intended. I think our city clerk explained that to us multiple times on Tuesday, and this resolution has many ideas in it. Much of it I agree with. However, the lead action of opposing any construction or additions gives me pause and the ability to support this resolution.
Madam City Attorney, did you want to speak to whether this action limits potential choices in the future?
Council President, you just read my mind. I was almost going to jump in queue to give sort of the same speech that I gave at COW about this action. What it does if it passes is, exactly sort of what it says on its face is it expresses the position of the body. It's not yet time for the council. The council doesn't actually have jurisdiction yet to actually make any binding decisions. Right now, we're in the operational phase. There's nothing before the council that actually it requires or even allows for the council's approval or disapproval. So if this were to pass, again, it's a statement of the body's position, but it's not binding on the administration, whether the mayor vetoes it or doesn't veto it, signs it, doesn't sign it. It doesn't actually bind the administration's conduct. It also doesn't bind yours. So if at the point in the process that there are contracts to approve and appropriations to make, you will make your votes accordingly based on the merits of those situations as they're presented to you. And if for some reason you've make a different decision at the time that those contracts and other things are set before you, you are free to make whatever decision you make at that point, and you basically you can't bind yourselves in future action any more than you can bind the executive with the statement of position, if that makes sense.
Thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Cashman.
Thank you, President Payne. Back when we voted in April on the election and voter services, I voted in support. My support continues today. I think it's a great use of the site. I'm thankful for Office of Public Service and Property Services and Office of Community Safety for all their work and community engagement here. But I have to say that from my perspective, the council members who represent the area most adjacent to this community should have their voices heard in the future of this site. And I think who's impacted by razor wire surrounding the former 3rd Precinct is the people who live closest to that razor wire and have to walk by it every single day. I think it's really great that this resolution does call for the removal of that fencing, Jersey barriers, barbed wire, and all exterior blight. I think it's great that the resolution calls for additional community development and use and space in the total site plan. But I guess I'm feeling a little conflicted because of what we heard at COW I heard the attorney say that this statement of purpose does not preclude the administration from going forward with election and voter services, but it was very confusing to hear that that there wouldn't be a warehouse on site, and that also that asking for no warehouse to be on site would derail the plans for the site. And I'm just wondering if the city clerk can actually speak to how the space can be used for election and voter services and not necessarily for warehousing, to make sure that this ask can be accomplished.
Before I call on the city clerk, I'll just speak to, kind of echoing some of the sentiments of the city attorney. If it is the will of this body that an election and voter services center be there, and it is the will of this body to figure that out, I think that is a decision that there will be binding decisions that will be constraints towards that end at a later date that would be meaningful. Today is really about taking a position. But with that I will call on the clerk if you wanted to have any response.
Mr. President, thank you. I was actually going to say something very similar to you, probably not as eloquent, and that is that today's statement of position by the council, as the attorney and the president have said, is a statement. It doesn't bind the city or the council. I am excited to continue the work that I feel has been put in front of us as a challenge to say this is a very important piece of property to the city, to the history of this city, in fact, to the world, and that if Elections and Voter Services is fortunate to be selected to be placed at that site, that there are certain expectations about how the design and construction would be done in a way that is sensitive to the surrounding properties and is also something the entire city can take pride in. So I think that we are, as I think the staff said at Committee of the Whole on Tuesday, very early in the process. We have not even looked at actual design. We've only talked in concept. And as the staff has brought forward a conceptual plan, I would say my interpretation of this position statement is it is a conceptual plan or response by the council to our conceptual plan. So these are statements by the administration of what the city thinks could be there at that property, and this is a statement by council saying what it thinks in response to that statement. But as the attorney and the president said, it doesn't bind the council or the administration either way in proceeding with coming up with more detailed plans for review and consideration at the appropriate time.
Mr. President, if I may, I just also want to acknowledge, and Councilmember Chowdhury acknowledged this as well, that there are right-wing figures posing in front of the 3rd Precinct and pandering to conservative interests that are trying to divide us. And it's really important for us to stay united in our goal to achieve rehabilitation of this site in a way that advances racial healing and acknowledgement of the past trauma in this community, and to not let those figures divide us here.
Well said. Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. President. And to your last remark, Councilmember Cashman, I couldn't agree more. And I'll just state for myself as an individual council member on why my name is on this resolution. While it might not be a binding resolution, I'll tell you what it means. It's saying we're taking a position here. I'm taking a position here to say, work with us. Work with us on the design. These are the concerns. These are the things that we're hearing from community members. Let's make changes. Let's have discussions before that final design is brought to us, before we have to vote on contracts. And we can do that without delay. We can try to figure out how to have everything that we need to have here on the site and still respect the voices of the community members that council members up here are trying to represent. And we can do that without discounting the dissent that is present to the current site plan and the way that it was discussed in community. So this is we're taking this position, I'm taking this position to say, work with us.
Councilmember Veto.
Thank you. Just quickly, I just want to make sure that I'm correct in my thinking. The remediation on the inside is going to continue because earlier this week we heard that there's a lot of work being done on the remediation of the building on the inside, and then also there are steps being made to make sure that the outside beautification work begins, but there's been some issues with the companies that are doing the work or whatever. I just want to make sure that we just like publicly, if that's the case, that is said, that the work is going to continue regardless of if this passes or not.
Can I answer that, Council President?
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I think one of the issues here is that when we had a briefing, some council members had briefings on this issue, and we asked staff to remove the barriers and the barbed wire that is used as a weapon, and we were told that could not happen. So, and that has shifted since the meeting that we had on Tuesday, and that's good information that Council Member Chowdhury just told us that there is some movement that is going to happen on that. But the reason we brought this forward, that's the new information I heard today. So I'm glad that there's new information for that, but we were told in briefings that barbed wire couldn't be removed until I said we would earmark funding to make that happen.
I will recognize COO Anderson Kelleher to speak to that.
Thank you, Council President. Margaret Anderson Kelleher, COO of the City of Minneapolis. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Veto, and for the clarification opportunity. It has always been the plan with the cleanup of both the remediation inside and outside to remove the razor wire. That will be happening in the next 3 weeks. Community members should be able to see that. There will be a new construction fence that is going to be closer to the building that will have sort of what we would call normal construction things on it, construction shim, fabric, those sorts of things. We also, within the next 3 months, will be removing the burned vestibule that people often see when they pull up images or are visiting or going by the site. And what we've been waiting for there is our new glazed windows that need to then secure that opening. So that is all in the works. There's no more money needed. You all did supply the money to do that work. That is ongoing work. And I think there was miscommunication about the razor wire. It was a matter of finding the right contractor to bring the razor wire down.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify. I wanted clarification on that because what COO Anderson Kelleher just said to me is what I have been hearing from staff and what I've been relaying to people who have reached out to me about it. So I just want to make sure that that's confirmed, that this work is going to continue and that there is a plan in place for that building, not only the outside but the inside, to look better in the community.
Thank you. And with that, I'm seeing no one else in queue. And so I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the amended resolution.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Veto.
No.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
No.
Councilmember Walmsley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Nay.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Vice President Chugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 8 ayes and 3 nays.
That carries, and all items on the COW report are adopted. The next and final report will be offered by our Public Health and Safety Committee, which will be presented by that committee's chair, Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Public Health and Safety Committee is bringing forward 6 items. Item number 1 is authorizing an amendment and update to the public swimming pool ordinance so that it aligns with state law. Item number 2 is directing the city attorney's office to draft an ordinance for fees to use on city-owned resources. Item number 3 is passage of a resolution amending Resolution 2024R255 to update the funding and revenue code. Item number 4 is a joint powers agreement with the City of Bloomington for the City of Minneapolis to provide legal services to the City of Bloomington. Item number 5 is a community partner contract with Minneapolis Public Schools for school-based clinics mental health reporting. And item number 6 is accepting a grant from the Minnesota Department of Health to support maternal and child efforts for the period of October 1st through September 30th, 2025. With that, Mr. President, I move approval of all items.
Councilmember Chavez has moved the report. Mr. Clerk, do you want to speak to that? Yep.
Council members, I'm sure everyone did a double take when Councilmember Chavez read item number 2, which is the directing city attorney's office on the ordinance for city-owned resources. We just voted on that. This was an error the clerks didn't catch. I'm going to take responsibility for that as we pulled out the items because the ordinance was referred to Public Health and Safety, even though the earlier item was done at a different committee, at the Administration Enterprise Oversight Committee. That action went to AEO committee. Sorry for the shorthand. It's done. We voted on it. It duplicated here because of the referral of the ordinance. So this is an error created by the system that we failed to catch. So apologies. Number 2 does not need to be voted on a second time in the same meeting.
And the actual item was the Hennepin County Healthy Tree Canopy Grant instead, just for the public to understand.
Correct.
So item number 2 is the Hennepin County Healthy Tree Canopy Grant for exploration of developing a tree ordinance. It's just amending a previous action we took in the past.
Okay.
Sound good? I'll move these for approval.
Councilmember Chavez has moved the committee report for approval. Is there any discussion or clarification? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Veto.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 11 ayes.
That carries and the report is adopted. Thank you, colleagues. That completes the reports of all of our standing committees. The next order of business is notice of ordinance introductions. We have one notice today. Councilmember Cashman and Vice President Chugtai give notice of intent to introduce at the next regular meeting the subject matter of an ordinance amending Appendix C1 of the Minneapolis Code of Ordinances relating to the CenterPoint Energy Minnesota gas franchise fee to extend the franchise through April 17th, 2025. Are there any questions on this notice? Councilmember Cashman.
Thank you, President Payne. Just want to remark that we are in negotiations on the franchise agreements with both XL and CenterPoint, and we have already passed an extension of our franchise agreement with XL to this date. So amending the ordinance and the franchise agreement with CenterPoint will get us to the same date so that those negotiations will be simultaneous.
Thank you for that clarification. Seeing no one else in queue, that notice is hereby given and no further action is required at this time. The next order of business is the introduction and referral calendar. Councilmember Palmisano moves to introduce the subject matter of an ordinance amending provisions of the Streets and Sidewalk Code related to boulevards for first reading and referral to the Climate and Infrastructure Committee. Is there any discussion on this introduction? Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, I'm just going to point out that Councilmember Palmisano gave notice previously. She's not here today, and under the council rules, there's no co-author on this ordinance. So either I need someone who's willing to take it on today in order to have a motion, because the motion before us is a motion from the previous notice, and we can't vote on something if the person making the motion isn't here. So if a councilman would like to sponsor it for this meeting, that would be great.
I see Councilmember Chowdhury volunteering.
I will gladly be a co-sponsor.
Council President, I would like to be a co-sponsor as well.
Councilmember Jenkins as well. Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll have the clerk call.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Veto.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins. Aye. Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 11 ayes.
That carries. This matter will be referred to the Climate and Infrastructure Committee in the next cycle. The next order of business is resolutions. As shown on the agenda, we have 5 honorary resolutions today. Are there any questions or comments from council members on any of those resolutions? Councilmember Jenkins.
Thank you, President Payne. I did not get an opportunity to speak on the 2024 Community Media Day honorary resolution. Speak TV. I've just been involved with MTN for the past 20 years, and it's an incredible resource to the city of Minneapolis. It provides a voice for low-income, immigrant, women's, LGBT community. Like, everybody has access to MTN and now Speak TV to be able to communicate with their communities about specific issues, to learn and understand. As we heard today, many of the participants, the young people, have gone on to creative industries, filmmaking, etc. And so, this is just a major resource and asset to the city of Minneapolis, and I wanted to lift that up one last time.
Thank you. Any other questions or discussion on these resolutions? Seeing none, may I have a motion to adopt these resolutions?
So moved.
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Veto.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 11 ayes.
That carries and those resolutions are adopted. Our next order of business is unfinished business, which is the 2025 license fee schedule adopted at our last meeting. This was vetoed by the mayor and is returned for our consideration. I'll ask the clerk to explain the procedure for us in terms of reconsidering the mayor's veto of that item. Mr. Clark.
Mr. President, as you know, and as you noted, the mayor did veto this item and returned that veto with his objections in writing. The mayor's veto, dated October 9th, is included in the LIMS file that's available to the public through the Legislative Information Management System and linked from today's meeting agenda. Pursuant to City Charter Section 4.4C3 and under Council Rule 7.8, an act that is vetoed by the mayor is returned for the council's automatic reconsideration to determine if the council will override the mayor's veto and pass its original act, notwithstanding the mayor's objections. As provided in the rule, the reconsidered action is placed before the body in the same form without debate or amendment, and the immediate question to be decided by the council is as follows. Shall the decision of the city council stand, notwithstanding the veto of the mayor? If at least 2/3 of the council votes in the affirmative, then the mayor's veto is overridden and the original act passed by council is adopted. That means an override requires at least a minimum of 9 affirmative votes. Otherwise, the mayor's veto is sustained and the original act fails. In short, the council needs at least 9 affirmative votes to pass the original act again. And with that, Mr. President, I'm ready to call the roll on the motion for reconsideration.
So the motion to reconsider the 2025 license fee schedule to override this requires a minimum of at least 9 votes. And on that, the clerk will call the roll.
We have to explain the process, please, of what an aye means and a no means.
An aye would be to overturn the veto.
Thank you.
Correct.
Wansley, thank you.
There's no discussion on
Oh,
this.
sorry, that's right.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Veto.
No.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Nay.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Vice President Chugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 9 ayes and 2 nays.
That motion carries and the veto is overturned and the 2025 license fee schedule is adopted. Next, now I will call on Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I will like to make a motion, which again is in front of this body, to amend the fee schedule to include an implementation date of July 1st, 2025 on the pollution control annual registration fee for carbon dioxide equivalents. This aligns with advice provided by the CAO's office, in which a number of us were in a meeting to also hear, and also the date of enabling legislation that is moving through PHS will also have this date reflective in its ordinance language. And this means between now and July, the Sustainability Department will work on expanding their existing pollution control annual registration program to include carbon dioxide equivalents as outlined in their joint reports. And then also I will make a separate motion to also approve the legislative directive, which we can take up in 2 separate items.
Councilmember Wansley has moved to amend the fee schedule. I do believe the legislative directive will
for new business
will occur under new business, so that's a separate action. I see Councilmember Cashman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Definitely want to thank Councilmember Wansley for all of her work on this and also for many teams for working together in the last couple of days to chart out some next steps. But I would like to motion to replace the 452 number with TBD in accordance with the legal advice so that we can do the legislative directive, have that come back with a fee study, and then put that number in before the July 1st date.
Councilmember Cashman has moved to amend the Wansley amendment. Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Second.
That has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? From members first, and if I see none, Mr. Mayor. Oh, Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I won't be supporting this motion. Number of us were in a meeting yesterday where, as part of charting out a pathway forward, two things became clear. We could still pursue implementing a carbon dioxide fee being added to the PCAR schedule using the available information that we have, which was provided by a 16-page PAR report that was also co-authored by the Health and Sustainability Department. We also know, which we'll be taking up this in the new business item with the fee study legislative directive, that we have the ability, should that information comes back in May with a different figure, we have the ability to modify this same fee then. So for me, I think it makes sense to justify using the existing fee with the information that was provided to this body. And should the Health and Sustainability or the administration has different information to provide come next May, we have the ability to still amend the fee schedule at that point before the implementation of both the fee and the ordinance, which is set to happen on July 1st, 2025. So I won't be supporting that, and I just want to lay out my rationale as to why.
Thank you, Councilmember Wansley. I added myself to queue as well. I also won't be supporting this amendment. I do believe it's really important for this council to take a stance on climate action and for there to quantify this. And we need to quantify it with the information that we have right now today. And we need to measure this from a comprehensive risk approach. And so there are risks in every single action that we take. There are, liabilities with every single new ordinance that's passed. There are grieved parties in any number of instances, but when I'm thinking about the risk, we need to think about this globally. And that risk is the risk of, there might be a change in leadership at the federal level that abandons climate action. There is the risk that we pull out of the Paris Climate Agreement. There is the risk that there is a cascading effect of a retreat from the importance of climate action. And I think that it's extremely important that when we're talking about risk, we're being completely inclusive of all of the relevant risks. And from my perspective, the risk of climate change it's already here. It's already happening now. This isn't something that's happening in the future. This is something that we're experiencing right now. And although in an ideal world, we wouldn't be limited to local action on this. This is a global challenge that needs a collective response. We are unfortunately in a reality where that collective will is not there at a global level. And so we have to keep the pressure on. We have to keep moving this process forward. And we need to quantify this. That's really important to me. And so with that, I will recognize Councilmember Jenkins.
Thank you, President Payne. I will be supporting the Cashman amendment. It strikes me as interesting that we cite the some staff members as experts, but then we abuse other professional advice like that of our city attorney to determine the fee based on the fee study, which is the actual next motion that we're getting ready to consider. And so I think it's wise for us to do the fee study and come up with the actual fee before stating it in the actual language. And so I support the Cashman Amendment for that reason. Thank you.
Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I want to also remind this body, when we passed legislative directives, which is what we did, that gave us the fee that is currently on the schedule. It is our intention, and also per our city charter, that we expect the administration to provide us with accurate information. And that legislative directive, it was very, very clear. It asked for an overall fee estimates on what it would cost to do mitigation, staffing, overall programmatic costs for how we will roll out a PCAR fee on carbon dioxide. And the staff did their job. They came back with really good information, and we rely on that information to make informed decisions, and that's exactly what we did. I would hope in this case that we wouldn't be provided inaccurate information, because that is what we rely on to make policy decisions. But I'm trusting that the staff provided the $452 per ton as the basis of their expertise, and they did a lot of thorough research to get there. And that is the information that we're using to, move forward on this action. And should, again, they do additional evaluation that shows that we need to change something, we can do that in May. And this is also not very much different from how we approach other fees. Some people might, or some of my colleagues might recount, just with the TNC motion, where, again, earlier this year, that fee was close to $36,000. We worked with the mayor's administration to do another legislative directive to actually do that fee study and get us, updated information. And we got that updated information. It came back, and we needed to adjust. And we did that using the information provided by the administration. So I don't see how it's okay to do that for one, but not okay to do that when it comes to PCAR, particularly on carbon dioxide. So I just will reiterate, I feel very strong or confident that the information that was provided by the administration was hopefully accurate. And if we need to change it, we can do so in May.
Vice President Chuck Tai.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll start by saying I won't be supporting this amendment. I wanted to speak to something that Councilmember Wansley just brought up in her remarks around the purpose of legislative directives. And I wanted to, just remind the body that legislative directives are a newer tool to our governance system on the legislative branch, but the right to request information by the council comes from the charter. We have a charter right to request information, and the administration, the mayor, has a charter obligation to fulfill that with accurate information. So now if we're talking about information being presented in legislative directives being inaccurate, we have a far bigger problem here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Cashman.
Thank you, President Payne. I don't think the information they presented was inaccurate. I think there was some misunderstanding, which we've been discussing. But I did want to say that the reason that I think it should be TBD is because I see in the legislative directive on number 2 that we have information on the fee study of the pollution control annual registration fee for carbon dioxide equivalents to reflect updated expense and revenue estimates coming back on August 1st. So for me, it's confusing as to how we would get information on August 1st that would enable us to change the fee schedule before enactment on July 1st.
I will call on the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am in support of Councilmember Cashman's amendment. But first, I do have a couple of questions for both the city attorney and the COO through the council president.
Do you have any comments for this body to deliberate on before we call in other staff?
I do.
Please proceed.
I do. This is an effort to create a political fault line where none exist. Every member of this body cares deeply about climate change. Our administration has been pushing forward PCAR fees on this particular component for years now. This is hard work that needs to happen, and it's work that we are presently carrying out. Our ask is to do it together. I'm sorry, Council President, is there anything that we need to be addressing over there?
Please proceed.
I'll begin again. This is an effort to create a political fault line where none exist. I fully support attaching fees to pollution. In fact, I did so myself as a council member.
Mayor, please don't ascribe motives.
I support doing so again. As you know, the administration has been working on this particular fee for quite some time, and our desire is not just to do it, but to do it to help. Saying that this is an issue about climate change and this is a vote on climate change is a complete red herring argument, as every single one of us up here wants to not just attack climate change, but do so through this particular policy. Our only ask is to do it in a order that ends up being durable, that withstands legal critique. And there is every ability for this body to do exactly that. My question is simple, which is, do you plan to amend the fee to comply with the analysis and the program cost? If so, why not wait to see what the analysis says? And if not, that is by black letter law not legal. So let's do this the right way. That is my only ask here. Councilmember Cashman has offered an approach that would allow the analysis to take place and then make a decision based on what that analysis says. This is common sense. I have one basic question for our city attorney and a basic question for our COO through the council president.
The Councilmember Chowdhury in queue, and I'll call on her first.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Point of order. I'm supposed to be treated the same way that council members are treated with respect to the rules, and this is not what the rules say. You yourself, Council President, have said that I have been treated differently than other council members up there, and that should not continue. And so what I would like to see is just fairness. That's
there
it.
will be fairness. We will get to you.
I've already been called
Mr. Mayor,
on.
I will yield my time to you if you would like to speak and make your questions, if that is so important to you. I just request that you follow the rules of decorum in our chamber and do not ascribe motives to members. That is out of the order of the rules of decorum. But I will yield my time to you so you may ask your questions, if that is all right with the chair.
And I am preferencing policymakers in this conversation before we put our staff in between policymakers. So I'm trying to get to our policymakers first, and as such, we will get to staff. So if you would like to continue, thank you, Councilmember Chowdhury.
A point of order. To ask Mr. Clerk, what is the general rules of decorum around the treatment of the mayor when on this body at the dais?
Mr. President, the council rules provide that the mayor is subject to the exact same rules as all council members in debate.
Thank you. I will continue. May I call up the city attorney as well as the COO?
Will you ask your question?
Yes. City attorney, can you just provide your legal analysis and provide any guidance on this particular motion as well as the previous, if you would so be willing?
Madam City Attorney.
Council President, council members, Mr. Mayor. So I think that the position of the city attorney's office has been consistent, in all of our discussions about this. To be lawful, the city can only actually charge regulatory fees in an amount that recoups the actual cost of the program. And so our opinion is that you don't put the cart before the horse. You create the program first, then you do a fee study, determine what the actual costs of the program are, and then you determine the fee amount. I'm happy to see with this amendment that we were clear that the fees won't go into effect until July 1, but it still sets a fee amount which is premature. Number one, I think that you've heard from the health department staff that the number provided in the legislative directive, necessarily wasn't an exact match with the program because the program doesn't exist yet. But secondarily, at this point now, again, I'm happy to see that the fee will not go into effect until July 1, but the amount of the fee is exactly the same as it was in the original fee schedule that was supposed to start in January. So it seems that the fee, as it's said in this particular motion, is now not associated with even the information that was given to the health department because it needs to be at the very least prorated. Having a TBD would give you the ability to do all of the work that needs to be done on this, and I think that there's been broad support and cooperation from the department in that. So create the program, do the fee assessment, and then set the fee is, the short version of the opinion that I've rendered.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up our COO through you.
Madam COO.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Council President, Madam COO, my concern is that we will be scrambling to do on the back end what we should have done on the front end. I think you'll see that both during this council meeting and in future months. And my question is simply, has the analysis been conducted yet around the fee for carbon, and has the program been set up?
So, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, council members, the program is not set up and the fee study is not done. And by state law, we need a fee study to accurately reflect that number.
Thank you. No further questions.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question is for the city attorney, if you will, through the chair. We must have an accurate fee when the fee is charged, correct?
Council President, council member, yes.
Are we under any legal duress if the fee is not charged?
Council President, council member Chowdhury, I'm not sure I fully understand your question, but what I will say is if the fee that's set is not actually justified by the program costs, then, my advice to the administration will be that they should not charge it.
And the fee being set on the date of implementation, is that correct? On July 1st.
Council President, council members, so absolutely by July 1st, if we are to impose the fee needs to be accurate. If, it is not accurate now, going forward with an inaccurate number simply puts you in a position of having to do all of the work to amend it at some point in time anyways. I think we can all agree that the number is not correct and will not be enforced as written.
Thank you, CAO. So I'll just note, I think whether it says, what's it currently, 452 or TBD, we're going to have to make amendments here. And I think the key word is charging the fee on July 1st. So either way, frankly, 452 is the same as TBD. It is a TBD amount. We will do a fee study. I think there's a mistake that we'll correct for on this August 1st date to line up in accordance with having a fee study done on May 1st. So by the time we enter into July 1st, we can have an accurate fee and charge it and be within the legal bounds of state law. So 452 and TBD are the same. For that reason, I think I'm going to just stick with the original motion because in the spirit of this joint powers or joint assessment It's a more accurate TBD. So we'll still have to go through the same legislative process no matter what after we get the assessment May 1st.
Councilmember Cashman.
Thank you, President Payne. And I agree with you, Councilmember Chowdhury. In this case, 452 and TBD are basically the same because we're going to have to amend it. But I think we do minimize a portion of the legal risk by putting TBD instead of 452. And as you said, President Payne, we are never going to minimize the entire risk. And I would much rather Minneapolis be a leader in sustainability than risk aversion. Our goal is not risk aversion on this body. Our goal is to solve problems in our community. But we could minimize a little bit of the risk by putting TBD and committing to changing the number once we get another fee study back on May 1st.
I see Madam City Attorney in priority queue.
Council President, Councilmember Cashman, I absolutely agree. You articulated it well. I agree with your sentiment.
Seeing no one else in queue, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on the Cashman amendment.
Councilmember Chavez.
No.
Councilmember Veto.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
No.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
No.
Councilmember Jenkins. Aye. Councilmember Chowdhury.
Nay.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Vice President Chugtai.
Nay.
President Payne.
Nay.
There are 5 ayes and 6 nays.
That motion carries? Oh, fails. That motion fails. We are now back on to the underlying motion by Councilmember Wansley shifting the fee date. Is there any remainder discussion on that? Councilmember Wansley, I see you're in queue. I don't know if that's old.
No, that was to address actually points raised by Councilmember Cashman. So the dates do need to be flipped. So for point 1.
Councilmember Wansley, we'll take that up in new business.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Yeah. So with that, we have we will call the roll on the Wansley amendment to shift the fee date. Madam City Attorney.
Council President.
Microphone.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Council President, council members, just to be, again, clear for the record, we will not charge this fee until it is calibrated correctly based on the program, actual cost, the creation, fee study, et cetera. So I just want to be clear for the record on that.
Correct. With that, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Veto.
No.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Nay.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Vice President Chugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 9 ayes and 2 nays.
That carries, and that item is dispensed. Next, we will take up new business, which is legislative directive authored by Councilmember Wansley, Vice President Chugtai, and myself. And I will call on Councilmember Wansley to speak to this item.
Thank you. So as I mentioned earlier, this is a legislative directive that asks the administration to do a full analysis of its existing fees, because throughout this process, we have learned that actually maybe there might be other fees that might have some inaccuracies that are going to be charged on January 1st. So we would like to have a full evaluation of all the city's fees to guarantee accuracy. And then point 2 is asking for that fee or additional fee evaluation for carbon dioxide that has just been added to the PCAR agenda. And then before I ask for a second to move this item, also clerks, noting the amendment to the dates. So for point 1, that instead of reading May 1st, 2025, that should be the August 1st, 2025 date. And then switch to point 2, replace August 1st with May 1st, 2025. So the dates need to be switched. So thank you, clerks. Oh, Ken? Yeah.
Madam Chair,
Sorry.
I'm looking at the original directive you sent, and I reformatted it this morning, so this is my error. But I believe you also, the committees might be backwards as well?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, great. So essentially the last sentence in 1 becomes the last sentence in number 2, and the last sentence in number 2 becomes the last sentence in number 1.
Yes. Thank you. And then I also just want to, before again, I ask for a motion on this. I do have to say this. I want to point out for this body, once again, the troubling dynamic where, and this has happened at least the second time to me that I know to date, where a member of this body can spend 2 years doing their due diligence and homework, working with the administration, getting the information that traces a legislative path towards a policy. And then when we get to said policy, and if the administration is not in alignment with it, then there will be critique put on the very process that everyone is expected to use to get the information to pass policies, which is part of our job. So I just want to point out sometimes the selective and arbitrary enforcement of that piece, even amongst this body, of I respect everyone who do their thorough homework and do their jobs to their fullest capability, and they work with the administration to get the information that they need to make informed policy decisions. And I would hope in the future that my colleagues could extend the same respect to me. But with that, I will ask for a second on this motion, even though I know we have co-authors.
And I'll just ask that we try our best to not ascribe motives as well. Councilmember Veto.
Thank you. I just, like, this seems like committee work to me, so I'm just wondering why we're taking this up right now as new business and not referring it back to the appropriate committee to do the work there.
I take your point. I'll actually call on City Attorney Anderson on the importance of this directive when it comes to the illegal analysis.
Council President, council members, so I can't speak to your rules. That's the clerk's job. But from my perspective, I would very much rather have you vote on this legislative directive today to make it clear that that fee study will be done prior to the due date for the P-CAR carbon dioxide fee. So it's clear that this body has agreed that that fee study is going to be done and will be taken into account, and if necessary, to adjust the fee before the fee is due July 1, 2025. I will also say, of course, what also needs to be done, we don't actually right now have an ordinance that actually requires registration and payment for P-CAR carbon dioxide, and I know that our office is working with you to get that done. So, like right now, there's actually not a requirement that anybody register and pays the fee, but all of this process will have to get done, and the ordinance will have to get passed, and it would be very, very helpful to make it very, very clear, even today, that the fee study will be done by May 1, so that when the ordinance and the fee go into effect on July 1, that the fee will be accurate.
Thank you. Any other questions? With that, I will check the queue one last time. I see no one else in queue. I will ask the clerks to call the roll on the legislative directive with the clerical amendment of those two sentences and dates. To call the roll on that item.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Veto.
No.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins. Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 9 ayes and 2 nays.
That item carries, and we've dispensed of new business. We have a request for a closed session today, so before we recess for that closed session, I'll ask if there are any announcements from council members. Councilmember Wansley. I'm sorry. Councilmember Vitok.
Thank you. Two things. Councilmember Rainville is not here today because he lost his mom, Louise Rainville. Last night he had a service for her, and this morning he is burying his mom. And so my thoughts and prayers are with Councilmember Rainville. And also, Councilmember Palmisano lost her 103-year-old grandfather, Salvatore Palmisano, this past Tuesday. And my thoughts and prayers are also with her and her family.
Thank you for sharing that. Councilmember Jenkins.
Thank you, President Payne. I will announce that on October 30th, the city will be sponsoring the 10th Transgender Equity Summit at the University of Minnesota McNamara Center. I have to honestly state that there is a lot of dissension in the community, and I think you all will be receiving a letter from community leaders expressing that concern. But I do want to make that announcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chowdhury. Koski.
Thank you, Council President. I am just excited to invite all of you to the South Minneapolis Seniors Fair. So Councilmember Chowdhury, Councilmember Jenkins, and I are hosting this year, and excited to invite you. This is next Wednesday, October 23rd, 9 a.m. to 2 at Diamond Lake Lutheran Church. It's just off Portland Avenue. It's a free event. It includes workshops, a resource fair, and a panel with elected officials. And there is complimentary breakfast and lunch. So any council members that are available to join us, please do. And please make sure to invite any seniors in your ward or in your community, or anyone who cares for seniors. Everyone is welcome to join us, and please reach out to me. We do have a partnership with Metro Transit to get free busing as well to the event, and it's right off a bus line. So thank you so much, and hope to see you there. Bye. Bye. Like I'm leaving a message.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thought that was a great message, Councilmember Koski. Excellently done. I just wanted to share, as many know, that the Minnesota Lynx is playing in the championship games right now. Our Minnesota Lynx fought valiantly last night in yesterday's game. There was that last-minute 3 that was a little heartbreaking. However, we're coming back for it. The Minnesota Lynx are playing on Friday, tomorrow at Target Center, and I am encouraging all of us to manifest a big W so we can win in the following game and take the championship.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Yeah, I just wanted to say to the administration, where's the parades? Where is the block parties? These women are crushing it. And Councilmember Veto reminded me that the Timberwolves had parades and block parties, and they didn't even make it to the finals. So
Add downtown council to the list of those who should be doing this, like they did for the Timberwolves.
Yes.
Yep, your Councilmember Jenkins
Councilmember
right
Chavez.
on. I just want to echo Councilmember Jenkins.
Okay. Seeing no one else in queue, with that, we've completed all items on our agenda, and we will now consider the request for a closed session, which is to receive a briefing on the litigation matters as listed on the agenda. Before I move to close the meeting, I'll recognize the city attorney to provide the legal basis for the requested closed session.
Thank you, Council President, Council members. The next items on the agenda are cases that are in active litigation in federal court. I'm going to read out the names of the cases and their case file numbers for the public record. The first is Pro-Life Action Ministries versus City of Minneapolis, 23 CV 853. The second is Assad Awajani et al. Versus Batel et al. 23 CV 02892. And then the last is Patricia Day versus City of Minneapolis et al. 24 CV 01862. Again, these are in active litigation in federal court, and your lawyers wish to provide the council a briefing on these cases. Accordingly, under the Minnesota Open Meeting Law, Minnesota Statute, Section 13D.05, Subdivision 3B, the council may, upon a proper motion, close the meeting for the purposes of attorney-client communication as permitted by the attorney-client privilege. In considering the motion, the council should weigh the right of the public to know what its government is doing against the need of the city to preserve the confidentiality of its discussions with its attorneys.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. I move to close our public meeting as authorized under the open meeting law, specifically Minnesota Statute Section 13D.05, for the purpose of receiving a briefing on the litigation matter of Pro-Life Action Ministries versus City of Minneapolis, Assad Awajan et al. V. Bittel et al., and Patricia Day v. City of Minneapolis et al. May I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Veto.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Walmsley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman is absent. Councilmember or Vice President Chugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 10 ayes.
That carries. And for the viewing public, I will note that the broadcast of this meeting will continue, and the council will reconvene in public after we've concluded the closed session. And for my colleagues, I'm going to call a recess prior to that closed session, and let's have that closed session start at...
Mr. President, sorry, can you just confirm that we're going to have 7 people if we take that recess?
Does the body object to a recess, or would you like a 30-minute window to get some food before we head into closed session?
Cool, good. I just want to make sure we're going to have the 7 people that are going to be here for closed session.
It sounds like we got everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, sounds like we're good. Let's start closed session at 12:50.
We're in recess, Mr. President.
Yes. 1 minute. The time is now 2:25, and the City Council has reconvened in open session following our closed session. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll to prove the presence of a quorum.
Councilmember Chavez.
Present.
Councilmember Veto.
Present.
Councilmember Ellison is absent. Koski is absent. Wansley is absent. Jenkins.
Present.
Palmisano is absent. Chowdhury.
Present.
Cashman.
Present.
Osmond is absent. Rainville is absent. Vice President Shugtai.
Present.
President Payne.
Present.
There are 7 members present.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum, and with no further business to come before the council, and without objection, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
We watch basketball.
Yeah, no.
Oh, no, it does.
You should have
No, I don't know.
I'm going on Friday.
Well, let's try it again.
Yeah.
I'll turn all of them off.
Everybody knows